Why, hello there. Let's get things fired up here. Forgot to open the terminal. That's squared away. And we'll figure out what we're going to get up to. All right, so we were working on getting data into these widgets. The problem is we were thinking like maybe we need two different managers, one for skills, one for attributes, because our widget needs to be generic, right? It needs to be the same widget for both. So that's a thing. I swear my webcam is acting wonky today. Work at it later. It's been a little jank for a couple days. I think I fixed the focus, but every so often. Anywho. So if we do this, we needed a logger. We were able to get. We don't need to print that anymore. The problem is get skills, right? That needs to be more generic if we do this way. And I'm still not convinced that I want this package that is very much focused on providing skills and abilities to use the message bus to get data out of itself. We're in the same package, right? We shouldn't need that. We are the arbiter of these things. But how do we want to then handle creating a new one? We can add arguments to this guy that say I need two managers, one for skills, one for attributes. We would need to handle loading these things, or give it to it after the fact, right? And then we would need to have get skills be renamed, but or I guess we wouldn't necessarily need to. If we want this to be more generic, we need it to store list items and not skills and attributes. Or like we can store them inside of here as a list item, and then we can type assert them to skills for this. But then if you're not a skill manager and I call get skills on you, I guess we could return an error. Still doesn't tell us how we, or doesn't solve for us how we load up the thing. Right now we just have these temporary placeholders, which is fine, but we'll eventually need to get this data to load into there, right? So that'll be a little bit of a problem. I don't like set broker. It's silly to do that here in the same package. So silly. This will need to be entries, let's say. Leave the strings alone. Refactor. This string actually does need to be fixed, though. It won't be get skills, though. We have a template directory. We have the room file name, connection template file name. This does not hold the knowledge of where the map lives. Pardon me. Map actually holds that. For now. We'll eventually want that to change a little bit, but it's okay for now. The same could kind of be true of attribute editor, where we had like a config file that we load these things with. We do need to have a broker. Not sure about this response topic business. It seems like if we just put it onto the message bus, then anyone who's subscribed to it would pick it up. And that might be beneficial because if somebody's calling for it, somebody else might be interested in updating that, right? So that's a thing. But also, we could do something temporary. Or I guess we could just wire up, like, well, let's do this would also have to be a thing, right? We can put this into the manager. Let's do... Let's kill that. Kill that. Let's rename this. This is back to list items. Hi to you as well. We need to do that then, and then do scale. Probably need to lock this for reading and writing, but we'll do that in a minute. We'll worry about it later. So that we don't have races. The remember when we subscribe, our name is pretty much just used to identify us. Okay, that's fine. And then our topic is the thing that really we listen to. What if we rename this to Skill Manager topic, and then we could also just do oops, I need to and then this is that. They can be the same for now, it's fine. How long have I been developing this project or in general? And then let's put in here except for we're going to need to change that depending. So what we're going to do is we need to do not necessarily broker, silly. It shouldn't be broker type either. It should be manager type. You are a not broker. Skill manager. Don't need that. I don't need that either. Just that. It'll do it automatically. You have retracted your message, so I didn't see it. This project, in my spare time, I started in October, I think, of last year. How much years of game development experience? 0. I am not a game developer. Which programming language do you know? A bunch. Why not using C++? Because I don't want to. Graphics framework am I using? Cogent. So now we have that. What I need to also do here is we'll just call you T, and you are a manager type. So here we take that out for now. We get our message broker, and then we say if this is, actually we could just switch on T. If you are a skill manager type, right, yes. We also need to add do this here. Broker to broker name and broker topic. You or anyone else tried making any games on this thing in Go? Yes. And now we have broker name, skill manager broker name, the broker topic, skill manager topic, the log is the same, available items. And if it's a skill, then we will use temp skills. If you're an attribute manager, that for now. Default. We don't return an error here, but we're going to need to. So best case scenario is that actually we don't need to do that just yet. We'll just do while we're roughing things in here. 2D only, 3D only, or 2D, it's a mud text. That now we need you. This is a skill provider, so we need to do skill manager here. Perfect. We'll do that. Error. And then what are we doing here for other errors? We basically just need to log a fatal here. Error creating skill manager. Like so. Oops. Then we need to do the same thing. New manager. Attribute manager. Same deal. We'll log a fatal. Any planning to public this thing, like the repo? Maybe. Don't know yet. It's a problem for somebody who has a completed project, and I'm not that guy yet, so just kicking that can on down the road. And then attribute. That, like so. Now we have those. We need to use them, but that's fine. We also need to do that. Except... Oh, right. Crap. What was the... I need to do this. I need to wrap you. I think... like that. I mean, like a proper application? I mean, same answer, right? I need to finish it first, so I'm not really worried about it yet. Okay, now we have that wired up. This would need to be get items? No. Crap. I need to undo that. The um that. How do I want to do that? What we can do. Actually, no, this is fine still. Because this is just a helper that takes a broker and wraps um the request. So we don't have to change that. I wanted to become a game dev when I was a kid and later realized in country there's a potential for a game dev. Now later I want to become a cybersecurity guy. Cool. Yeah, so that's fine because the only thing listening for this kind of a message is going to be the skill broker. So that actually fixes that problem for us perfectly. The thing we need to do here is not be using this. We need, instead of a broker, we need a data provider, which is a pointer to a manager. And then set data provider. This is no longer a broker. This is a manager. Actually, we could do like data manager or something like that, just to keep the API realistically a little bit more friendly. For now, that here, that, not that, but also not that. Range data provider dot available items. That. Now, because we've changed this, we need to change this to skill manager, and you are attribute manager that we got provided. But in my city, I didn't had the colleges required to do a cybersecurity diploma. Now I'm doing vocational courses in electronics engineering, a completely different thing that I want to do. Okay. I mean, you can do lots of different things, right? There's nothing wrong with that. Completed C last year. Now I'm going to learn C++. Cool. Um, that. So, now, because in the item details, this can be a list item again. I don't need to do any of this, which I prefer. Just like that. Nice to meet you, Mr. Mongoose. So that's perfect now, but I still have the problem where I need to be able to write to a list item because the fields are private. Which actually isn't the problem. It's because they are, it's an interface. Oh, I need to fix that again too, because before it was a pointer. Just fine. We just need to do all that. And then this becomes a dereference. Like so. That. That. You. Like so. Okay. This should now run again. Get a sneeze stuck. I can a little bit understand what you're saying most of the time, unable to understand what you're saying. Why is that? Okay, that works. I think I want to invert this to the light one being the selected one. That would look better. But this is working again, so that's good. That's fine. I think we just need to have our interface be able to, or to specify that I need to be able to set these is basically what I think I need. I don't know how else I would do this. Because you're a pro in programming with probably years of experience, I'm just a beginner. Oh, I got you. We don't need this anymore for now. If we do, we'll just end up rolling back all of this because we hate it. Are we actually using log anymore? No. You no longer return an error, which I prefer. Unless I'm missing something. Yeah, no. Good, perfect. The interface. This feels kind of messy to do it, to add writers to this, but I don't see how else we could do this and preserve the same widget. It wouldn't be generic enough if we didn't do it. So this takes a string. Will it... No, I lied. What does the... You actually take an ID. So I would need to do that. Or check it, and then I have to return an error. So I might as well do that. Is learning C++ worth? Because that's going to be the last programming language I'm going to learn. If you want to do something that requires C++, then yes, it's worth it. If like it doesn't matter really if you don't want to do something with it, right? And then this will also need a UUID, because if you're setting it, that's going to imply that it needs to exist. But do I want to return an error here and handle that, or just do a NOP? I probably want an error. Probably. Forgot to do this one. This, ooh. This needs to return an error as well. And you return just an error. Can I do that? Oh, you take a string. So I started working on my Java project today. Almost threw my keyboard against the wall at it. Oh dear. Surely it can't be that bad. It is must. Turns UUID if error is nil and panics other. That's weird. There's no there's no zero check for this, which is kind of annoying. Out of my 2 hours working, it was roughly 45 minutes working while the rest was spent trying to get a Maven project to just execute. I was just going for a hello world, then I got mad and switched to Gradle. Well, tooling is another thing, right? That's one of the things I really appreciate about the newer languages, Go and Rust, and I guess Zig too, from what a little bit I've looked into, is that there's a lot of emphasis on built-in tooling that is very good, right? Which is super helpful. I'm probably going to make some Discord bots currently. For some reason, my colleges have C++ topic in our syllabus. Curriculum, learning C++ in my summer holidays would be great. I mean, sure, that's fine. The most important thing to learn is to think like a programmer. And after that, languages are mostly just syntax and quirks, right? So it's not that big of a deal to learn a new thing. I guess if this thing is 0, I'm not forgetting something, am I? In the UUID package. Ah. Oop, not new. Nil. Empty UUID, all zeros. Wow. There we go. Oh, do that? Nah. Invalid ID provided. Call string on you. Nah, it's so funny. First of all, Maven forces a project structure on me with 3 completely empty folders that I have to tab through to get to my source code, and then hit me with, well, I don't know in which folder your main file is I'm trying to run. Gotcha. I can't say that I have done that, so I don't have any brilliant advice, but it sounds awful. Set description. I need that. And then, you don't return a string. What am I thinking? I was looking at the one above it. This. Dot help text equals t. And then we need this just to satisfy the interface, because this thing has to be both. That. This needs to get imported, and then we can say go. And then we need to do the same in skills. A new skill here too. And load skill. Okay, yeah, that's right. Oh wait, you're a config manager skill. I need skills and attribute skill. And we're going to borrow the same parsing logic for can't forget to return our error. That. Otherwise, is that return nil. I took electronics engineering course with the hope of getting a job in Foxconn, which I'm not going to get, and have passion for cybersecurity, confused and worse life. I mean, there's nothing wrong with learning stuff, right? You can get, you can acquire skills that apply outside of the narrow field in which they're mostly relevant, right? That's getting this all help text equals T. You know how these boring languages have stuff like Go, Run, .NET Run, Python 3 or something to run a file? How about using something actually practical like all of that? Only works after building, not by itself. Okay. If you built it, wouldn't it output an executable? Instead, or can you make it output an executable instead of a jar? I haven't done a ton of Java, so maybe that's a silly question. Sorry, my rant is over. Had to get out of my system. How am I doing? I mean, we're doing, you know, it'd be like that. The world is just a mess, and everything is medium awful for everyone. But we do our best, you know? And we try to keep our chin up. Best case scenario, we're going to return nil. What we'll do here is actually the same. Same. How did I say that? Just copy this whole string. It's exactly the same thing I want to return here. Otherwise, our null the UID. There we go. And should be valid. We just validated it. As far as I'm aware, you can't compile Java to executable directly. Gotcha. Is that true? Stack Overflow seems to think it's possible. Just needs a bunch of tools, apparently. Fun. Not directly? Yeah, okay. Makes sense, I guess. Well, not really, but I'm willing to accept that as a valid statement in the world where things are imperfect. It doesn't actually make sense. uh, I've never had to mess around with the build pipeline for Java. I've done a little bit of it, just it was actually the second language I ever wrote was Java, because the teacher was pretty sure that Java applets were going to take over the world and be the future. And unfortunately, he was wrong in that regard. He was right about a lot of other things, though, so, you know, it's fine. All right, now we've got our interfaces satisfied again. Providing you with data providers. And I think that we could do item details, a test here. That would be just to make a button off of W. Set icon. Save icon. On click. And what we'll do as a testy test is this dot set description. We'll just say to description value dot text. And then we need to make sure that it gets picked up, right? If I look at my age, I should not know what Java applets are. However, because they flop so hard, I heard of them, so I agree they're not the future. Yeah. I'm not exactly sure what the issues were with them all in all. I don't remember. I think they were like slow and security issues or something, but yeah, they just didn't really take off. Flash did instead. Which, you know, security issues, but okay, so we need to be able to why can't you be set ID is missing in skill? Did I forget to my widget? Yeah, no, that's fine. Error. I don't think I believe you. Set ID is UUID, .id, and error. Unimplement list item, missing method set ID. Ah. Because I'm dumb. There we go. Did I do it here? No, I didn't do it there. Okay, there we go. That's better. If you release this thing, would it be fully open source application? I don't know. Not a thing that I've worried about yet. Now that all that's wired up, we need to make sure, we need to be able to log the current state of the thing. Well, actually, if it If it shows up in the UI, it should have been written to, because anytime we swap back and forth, it should be reloading it. So we can test that theory by trying to make a change, then tabbing over to the other side. Oh, I missed widget has no field or method log. I need to regen. Because we changed all our stuff, we'll just let it all regen. Now, we can try. There we go. Okay, so if I come in here and we mess with description, so if I and I come back, it's gone, which is good. It hasn't been saved. If I then test, hit save, it didn't write it. Okay. That means that my pointer is not correct. Or I guess something else could be. Something else could be a little wonky. Let's take a quick look. So if I save. Yeah, it's not saving. Okay. I was afraid of that. Why can't I call this on the pointer? I wonder. Interfacey weirdness. That's why. Gonna go use the restroom real quick. Think about this for a second. I'll be right back. So this has got to be because a pointer receiver? And we're in attributes. But if I do this, I don't think it actually... Or, oh, maybe it does. Maybe if I... Well, it's going to complain about mixed references, which is valid, right? Oops, if I did that... What am I missing? Ah. Hiding down there. Okay. Now, you still implement list item. But I still need to dereference you. I don't know if that's going to make any difference. What that will break, though, is... skills and attributes. You need to be at no. Can't use a pointer to a skill. List item. These will still implement, though. There. Now, to be honest, I see a lot of potential in the thing you're building because from my knowledge, there's not many MUD game engines in Go. I think it could affect the Go-based open source MUD industry. There's not a lot of people that play MUDs, so it's kind of a silly project. It's just a lot of fun. Let's test that. Can't remember why I made them non-pointer receivers. Thought there was a reason, though. But we can try. Okay, it's still there. And still there. That makes sense to me. And if we go back out, back in... MUDs are still one of the best game types out there. I mean, they're cool, but they're just not popular because it requires a different mindset, you know? So, like, the people that still like them really like them. There's just not that many. Like, the whole subreddit for MUDs, for example, and obviously Reddit isn't the entire world, right? And less and less so, you know, the more they make it bad. But there's 20,000 people in the subreddit completely. The user base could be a bit bigger, though. Almost nobody knows about them. Yeah, kind of. I don't know. It's hard to say because... like, people don't read anymore. That's a thing we know, right? We're discovering that people can't read anymore. recently. So, um, and that's a big part of this. And there's a trend towards, you know, short form content and rapid dopamine. Muds are a little slow. I also think muds could be modernized. Yes. Um, that's part of what I want to do with this project because I'm writing my own client for it as well. And I would like to bring more modern-ish quality of life to them. Um, so, I mean, we'll see. I mean, still you'd be contributing to something great and affecting that specific field. I mean, as long as I contribute something great. One of the friction points with playing mods is the need to type things and to try to do it quickly, right? Um, and I've been kind of thinking about that, just like in the back, you know, percolating through my brain. The answer traditionally has been automation and macros and stuff like that, but that's one of the things I don't like about things like the Iron Realms mods is that if I wanted to play script versus script, then I would be playing something like Hack Mud, right? I don't really want to play against somebody else's automation or spend my time writing automation for like a fantasy hack and slash game, right? It doesn't, it's incongruent. There's a cognitive dissonance there. Um, so thinking about how do you know, optionally make that more accessible is kind of something that I've been wrestling with so that it's still fun and still text based and still um you know, RPG without with lowering the bar for things that are time sensitive like that, like skills and abilities. It's so true. I always have to force myself to read before going to sleep because my brain just doesn't want to anymore. Yeah. I still want to read. I find myself, especially lately, just lacking the time to do it. Um, but that's also like I consume educational content on YouTube still, like mostly when I'm eating, but I very rarely watch like TV shows or anything anymore. I just don't have time, you know? I read a lot code, right? Reading code is another thing. I mean, there's a lot of potential in this industry. I mean, maybe. Oh gosh, sorry about that whistle. That's a that that's something I've been learning recently is that, you know, as I listen to playback of myself trying to improve the experience and make sure that I'm delivering a good stream, I've suddenly discovered that I whistle when I say words sometimes, and that I need to enunciate things more sometimes. Things that you don't realize until you listen to yourself for hours and hours. Okay, so that we need to do the same for our skills. Sorry, our attributes. Which is all super copacetic. And I don't whistle. I mean, I heard a whistle, but then I noticed there's a bird at my window whistling. Gotcha. There is a, I have a, what's it called? Compressor, which hopefully brings that down a little bit. Never heard anything weird about the way you talk, pronunciate things, but to be honest, well, good. Because when I listen back, I hear things and I'm like, wow, I sound like a moron that's mumbling. I mostly notice it when I say things like C++ or HTTP. It tends to be C++ and HTTP. And I just need to like slow down and say the word. All right, now those are in. What they teach us at university for holding good presentations to watch ourselves presenting. Yeah, I hate my voice though. I medium hate my voice. Like, and I think that's probably more normal than not if I had to really sit down and think about it, right? Because we have like when you're trying to say that somebody talks too much, a common idiom is they like the sound of their own voice, right? Implying that that's not normal. So I think I'm probably okay. Aside from like the normal creative low-level self-loathing, which is just normal too. Okay, so we've called it set data provider. We probably want to make that name a little better. Thing is, a lot of these abbreviations are quite pronounceable in my native language, so that was a bit of an adjustment when I started working for a specifically English-speaking company. Also, hello. Good day, governor. How's your day been, Ash? You sound just fine. Oh, thank you. I'm still going to continue to hate myself just a little bit. Only 2 to 3 compliments I ever got were from women about my voice, so that's nice. So there you go. So far, nothing special to report you. Just playing code games. So, you know, I mean, we do that every day. It's not really a special thing to report, but it's a fun thing. So there's that. I believe everyone's voice sounds extremely weird when listening to recorded. Yes and no. Like at first, for sure, because you sound different to yourself. But um, I have monitor in my headphones so that I don't end up yelling at the microphone because I can't hear myself, right? To modulate my volume. um, and that has started to actually make me sound more like myself because I get that feedback. So it's mixed with the bone conduction sound, but it's closer to what you hear in a recording. It's actually been kind of weird. Just saw you actually have a tag, no AI. Neat, with so much of it going around. Yes, I do not use AI. I thought that might be interesting to some people. Let's see here. Thing is that internally you get some extra reverb. Yeah, that affects your voice, and that's what you're used to. Exactly. Hearing it from the outside, it's familiar, but at the same time, very different. Yeah. I mean, I just wish I had, you know, like a micro voice or something like that. I have a voice I have a voice for the silent movie era and a face for radio, so you know. Thing with my voice is that I have a really nice deep voice when I talk in a quiet manner, but I'm a really loud person. When I talk loudly, it goes up a lot. Right? That makes sense. From what I heard, I'm basically always either Morgan Freeman or Mickey Mouse. Nice. Well, even internally, my voice sounds bad to me. Hearing it recorded is an instant cringe fest. Probably why I could never make YouTube videos. I mean, you just gotta kind of like YOLO it, right? If it's a thing that you really want to do, then you just gotta do it. And unless everybody immediately says you should stop, then you just keep doing it. The camera has drooped a little, and I'm shrinking down. There we go. Could also be my chair. Nope, just camera. Okay. Where was I? I was trying to rename data provider. If I really wanted, then yes, I agree with you. I never wanted it enough. I mean, that's fair too. Like it's not for everyone, but like anything else where somebody thinks I would like to do that, like not this is my burning passion and my lifelong dream, but like if you just think I would like to try that, then you should try that. See what happens. Um I've told this story a million times I think by now, but like I didn't that's where I was with streaming. It was something I started because I wanted to just try it out. And I figured nobody would watch and I could do it for, a month or two, get bored of it, and then just quietly go away. Um, and especially because like when I started, I was like, okay, I'm gonna research this because that's who I am. And I remember one article was like, the people who stream for years to nobody. And I'm like, okay, yeah, that's probably a reasonable expectation. um, but then people kept showing up. And I discovered that I actually really enjoy this, even as a really introverted person. Um, and even though, like, when people come in, they often never come back, and they don't contribute anything to the discussion. Like, the people that do stick around have been really nice to get to know. And then me and a few more people showed up and wouldn't leave you alone and spoil your plans, right? And it's been a good plan to have spoiled, really. I found it to be extremely rewarding to be here doing this thing. Um, I've met really cool people. Like I said, the ones that stick around are cool. People come through and they're basically just trolling or seeking that dopamine hit of hey, streamer noticed me, and then they never come back. Um, which is fine, but the folks that stick around have been really cool, and talking with other streamers has been really cool because for a long time I had a hard time finding people that were actually doing things. Um, I'll take that as an endorsement as a viewer, so thanks. Yes, it is an endorsement. I thoroughly enjoy our talks, Ash. Um, but for a long time, I found it hard to find a community of people that are actually doing things. Because these days, people like to say, well, I'm going to do this thing. Okay, when? You've said that for 3 years. What have you done? Well, I need this. I need that. I need the other thing. They get enough dopamine from claiming that they'll do it that they never do it, right? But then I realized when I started this and I started looking at other people's streams more, because I didn't watch a lot of Twitch before. I looked at other people's streams to like understand the vibe so that I could be in the same neighborhood ballpark, but also just to like talk to the people. And I realized that the people actually doing stuff, they're here every day, or however many days a week they work on or they stream, doing the thing in front of everybody. And I was like, oh, that's where we all are. Oh no, he's talking about me. You could change it, Misha. You can do things. Do a thing. Make it. Seriously, it's been fun, even if I often just have the stream in the background so there's some discussion and a bit of distraction while I do something else. And I'm totally happy. Like, I have lurkers all the time, and I'm thrilled that I can be that person that helps them focus. Like, that's an awesome thing, because I'm going to be here anyway, right? So if it's benefiting them in that way, that's still awesome. Yeah, like that friend of mine, I want to learn how AI works under the hood. I want to try programming it. So I was like, well, I can teach you the neural network basics I know. We can implement a simple one on CPU only to show you the basics and you often research. But no, he was like, first I need this $4,000 GPU. Even though being unemployed, I have trouble making rent each month. Otherwise, I can't seriously get into it. Yeah. Um, I'm acquainted with a guy who wanted to do some electrical engineering stuff, and he's like, well, I can't because I need to go buy a breadboard and all this other stuff to learn basic circuits. And I said, no, you don't. And I went and Googled, and 2 seconds later, I showed him an electronic circuit simulator. I'm like, here you go. Do it. And he did a little bit, but then he kind of fell off because it's hard to do things. And your brain doesn't want to do things. It's always going to be really good at coming up with excuses to be lazy because brains want to conserve energy always. So he still struggles with that, but you know, there's so many of those things that you think, well, I can't do this until I get that thing that's expensive, or I'll stop being a disorganized mess when I get this new gadget that's going to solve all my problems. But then you get the thing and you realize that you're still a disorganized clusterfuck of a person, and we all are, and that's just, we make our way as best we can, right? And that thing didn't actually stop you. It was just an excuse that was convenient and sounded good because your brain's a master of lying to yourself. As an extreme introvert, your streams are really nice because life feels a bit less lonely in streams like these. Yeah, I mean, I feel you. I'm an extreme introvert too. Which is weird because here I am, right? But yeah, I get you. Pratchett put it best. Everyone wants to have written. Yes. Everyone wants to have done. That is a very good way to put it. Let's see here. Sure, nothing crazy going on. Excellent. Okay. Renaming this. That's what I was trying to do. I could just call you Data Manager. That's what I can call you. Leave type gen alone. I'll fix you in a minute. And then this we'll rename to Data Manager. And we'll need to rerun type gen. We'll just do all of them. Don't care. Go generate all of you. The rest of this, I think I'm actually reasonably happy with how this is shaped up. We need to do a real button. We need to do some more UI stuff for telling you have unsaved changes. We need to create a new, but I think I'm going to do a commit with these. Unless I spot any glaring errors when I go test it in a second here when this is done. Like so, like, I have forgotten that I'll need you and you. There we go. Set label skill, set data manager, undefined. Widget has no field or method, set data manager. Ah, managers. I bet you I just fat fingered what I meant to save and hit an S. We'll find out though. There we go. Okay, so. And we need to wire up everything. We need to invert these, I think. But yeah, everything aside from it's already confusing me that the button highlighting is flipped, but let's do that. We need to wire up things loading from files too, but whoop. Implement. Ooh, actually, I don't want to do that just yet. I want to take out my testy test button here because we're going to do a real one. I just chucked you in there for good measure. The implement data managers and use them in the details widget so that we can save the changes we make. Go. Welcome back. Okay. We'll need to do a helper for getting attributes as well, but that's a thing we can tackle in a little bit. So I want to change this, I think, to while we're looking at it. But the other thing is if we do... If I put my button testy test button back and I do another run. So we're messing with the description and it doesn't actually apply to this description because this is using a copy. So we need to fix that too. In our item tile, we need you to be a pointer. Actually, ooh, that's an interesting question. Do we need you to be a pointer? Because you're calling name. Do we just need to update you? Handle event, pass up E, and then if we go into Widget and we do your item details, detail pane, we'll just do on click for now. Oops. And then, not detail pane, but, let's just update all of you. So if I do that, no, it doesn't update. Okay. Interesting. But I did get my clicked event, so. Take that out, take this out for the sake of not using things that don't matter. Actually, I lied. Take just this part out. We'll leave this in for a second. If our tile takes a pointer, we dereference you, call name on you, and description on you. And I actually think I might need this still. We'll try without first and then with. Except for I have forgotten to change in widget. This. And an item tile. list item, but oh, you're type gen. Bet. We'll just cheat real quick. My workstation specs is just a little lapped up. And then I do, okay. Doesn't rebuild it, so we might still have to handle the event to make it do so. So do that. And then put that back. And then still, so we got clicked, but it still doesn't update that. Wonder if I would need to. Is it a Mac? No, it's a Linux. Would have to wire you into the updater, or I probably have to, right? In order to do that, I would need I could do I mean MacBook? No. No, it's just a Linux laptop. You're a text? You don't return anything. We should. You're a frame. Let's call you field and description field. And then let's have this return the frame. Ooh, it takes a frame. So turn the parent. And then we can do name field is that. Description field is that. And then in our updater, you need to be func. Ooh. Because that'll add stuff. I don't want to add stuff, though. Um, how do I want to do this? Maybe I don't want to have this broken out anymore. Because it's just going to make things harder now. And then why do I have a label field? Because I want you to I feel like we wrapped them for a reason, but I'm going to try without it anyway. New label text. This is name. No, you take W and then name. And then we used to put in the value, so we don't need that. We need, right. Because I do, I made this API look the same as theirs. So we can just chain it like that. And then we can do all of this styling in there, hopefully. And then we just need actually use label text for the value as well. So this will be a label text, as will this. Yeah, I know. Everything's broken. You're mad. Name field. Let's actually rename you to name value. You're going to be this guy. Except for this is W. Set text to not seen. Struct name. This is that guy. This goes away entirely now. Right, because that set text doesn't returns a text, not the thing. And we also need to hang a styler on it to do this. Name value styler, like so. And then we need to do the same thing, which is why we initially tried to pull you out. Except for your... Oops, that needs to stay. Important now. You are description. And you are description. That goes away. Like so. And we also need to not set you to name value anymore. your description field, but we're going to name that to description value. Description value. Let's make sure that all builds correctly. I need to go gen. No, I think we're fine. Which Linux? Pop. That's right. Okay. We wrapped you because you grow outside of your parent if we do that. Is that true still if for the header, not header, body, the list, this should be that? Do I use Pop's new Cosmic DE? No. It hasn't been rolled out to everybody yet. It's still an opt-in beta as far as I'm aware. And I hear it's still a little bit janky. Okay, yeah, it still pushes you out. Which is why we had containers for you. Even though this grows and you're supposed to be a parent, it's fine. And still do that. That. Then we don't need that. That. Let's put you guys down below here and make sure that works. Actually managed to get some schoolwork done on this Sunday evening. Now I have more time to write Java tomorrow. I mean, that will happen. Why do you not? It's because this needs to be. Oops. These need to be here now, I think. No. They have to be in both places, otherwise things get unhappy. Nil pointer because they don't get, the text doesn't get set. Or it's because what do we call you? struct. This is nil, return. Because when we first construct you, you are in fact nil. Okay, something else is unhappy. Still invalid memory address or nil pointer dereference. I probably have to nil check this as well. Because I bet you update gets called on it when it gets populated or something silly like that. Frameworky things. Still. Plan tiered update. Update go 61. It's in the core still. This is all framework. Ooh, it's... Wait. I forgot to... I put you here. You need to be at the start of the plan. Silly me. Or at the start of the maker. Still? Ooh. Y'all won't exist if there's a nil. This will return. You'll never get sat. How do I want to handle that? Probably. Label still needs to get set. Name value still needs to get created. I think actually we're fine there if we guard on the update. Hey, Sai. Oh, it goes all right. How about you? Still, it's alright. Excellent. Well, we set up the data to back the form in the middle. We need to get it tied into the tiles though. So I was getting that set up, and now I'm dealing with nil pointers when the framework is trying to set up. And it is an update. But if I was to comment you out just for fun. I love nil pointers. I mean, I don't feel like I'm required to do that. Oh, that'd be a pain to do. True, be a crazy mandate, right? It's just one of those things you deal with. Like, pointers are very nice, but also they can cause trubs. Container. New label text, name container. That should get saved. Could it be... Shouldn't be. $100. But I nil checked you. So why do you... Why do you complain? What are you up to today, Sai? This must happen when it's trying to lay out things. Like we nil check it, but it's putting the function in there. And I bet you it's breaking because of that. Something to do with reflection, maybe. See you tomorrow. I'll be heading to sleep. Okay, good night. We'll be here. As far as I'm aware, I'll be here anyway. Okay, so if we can't do that... Oh, I wonder if this is nil. Because it hasn't decided it needs... Okay. Bet you. Betcha. Doing some research. Oop, full screen got me. It's good news. It ran. Research and writing in ECS. I wrote a toy version, but got to make it actually work in engine. Nice. And if I was to say, I would need to do it up here so I could see it because it's all... Okay, that would work. But I'm still... The layout's still broken. For sure, yeah. The, I hear good things about ECSs in engines, so... At least there's that, right? Okay. Here's what I'll do. Put you in a grid. And that should hopefully fix you. Maybe. Oh, right. These guys. Right. We're going to take this out of these so that they can just share the same grid. And then we need to fix the we need to do the same thing we've done here. So I was putting off this bottom one. I forgot about that. You will be description label container off a W. That styler. Then I don't need to name you, but you do need to go into description label container. And then this needs to go here, and we need to have a container for you as well. New frame, you go on W. Then this goes on there, and this goes into container. Make sure, yes, 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 yes. Okay, that. How did your Rust experiments go, Sai? Well, that's awkward. Oh, you need to be grid 2 columns here. Really don't think ECS is the be-all, end-all. Don't like the idea of an entity, to be honest. I just want to have structure of array design, however that works. I mean, okay. Do it, man. You're not direction, you are display. I'm a simple man. I hear Rust and I pay a lot more attention to the stream for a few minutes. Well, over on Twitch, El Sai Streams is in fact a streamer, and he was learning some Rust. Yes, day before yesterday. Okay, that gets us back to that. Actually fixed our weird word wrap too, which is cool. Strange, but cool. I've worked on actual 3D engine for a game which was released and published. I can say that a lot of things are a lot easier to solve with ECS compared to the classical approach. Well, there you go, Sai. There's some graybeard wisdom from you. I don't know if Ash is actually a graybeard yet, but there's some experience there, right? Hello, camera. You've decided to be blurry again today? However, I will agree that it requires a radical mind shift to new concepts, and there are some downsides, mostly getting data in or out ECS while keeping performance. Still want to do more streams in Rust, we'll see. Cool, cool. Graybeard experience does sound hard. I mean, they don't show up, but they're starting to come in. I've got some gray hairs up here somewhere, too. Oh, my camera's fixed itself. Apparently, it just got to show off the grays. They have begun. Okay. Let me just run once more and make sure that the description gets updated, which it should. Yes, perfect. Okay, perfect. Mine are starting to come in too. The downside is, well, aging. The upside is that now people may take me more seriously. I mean, is that an upside? Specifically, I wish to defeat the phenomenon of justism, or at least fight it in my own project's work. Well, if you just accept a little bit of justism. Let's do a commit here. Ensure we update the tiles as well when we change the data in the items. Oh, you're a sneaky one. I'm a wathkawy webbit. What's a word for what's a synonym for wascally that starts with an M? All right. We have a couple things. The tile overflow hidden, but it actually doesn't overflow hidden because it wraps down. So I don't think that's actually doing anything for me in this case. I would need... and I don't know if there is... a way to stop that from wrapping. I think I've seen wrapping as a thing mentioned, but a new version is available. Hopefully that dust dies down. Let's go close windows if not. Textiles for more details. Font weight, family, line height, white space, text wrap. There we go. Set text wrap false. Okay. Easy enough. I can do that. Whoa. That was not. There we go. And then you and you and you. If I do that, it still wraps though. Oh, crap. I would need to put that on the text itself, which is fine. And do that. I would also need to put you not on the containers, but I don't think I need it on that. I think it'll be fine without those, because they shouldn't be wrapping or trying to wrap anyway. They're just labels. Okay. But now, can I... So there would be that, but... White space... I would need to... I need to do that again, or rather for the first time on this particular object. Hopefully that's the answer. What I would really like is for it to do like ... but I don't see that as like an option. That doesn't really change anything. Object fits values. Possible values for the type object fits. Don't think this is what I think it might be. Two dots. Ah, that's for pixel dots. Hmm. We'll ask them. Or is there a way that I could... determine the size in CH, which is characters, right? Because that's what text used to be, or is by default set to, or width, max X. And I could say if the length of the string, which should theoretically be characters, I would have to probably maybe do runes to be sure. If I say if that's greater than, then I do something else with the text. But I would need to do that here. Geom dot content in the X. This is an int. But I need this to be um string to value. I thought there was a way to convert these. Or maybe it's no. Is there properties? That's just a map. Not sure. Text white space. Row wrap. None of that is what I want. Flex wrap. Read only. Style subproperties. Borders. This is for style. The next. What do you tell me? Line height, not width. It's all for sliding stuff. Tooltip. Label. Pixel to rune. That's internal anyway. It's a weird thing. Rune at point. Huh. Size up. Size down. Render. Draw text. Well, maybe we'll just leave it for now. And I'll just drop a question in here. Has wrapping disabled. Be nice to display ... instead of just having the text pushed out, I should say for a read-only text field. Instead of just having the text pushed out of the pushed off the end into oblivion, is there an easy way to do this? And we'll push on for now. But that's already going to be better, because if I do it'll just do that instead of growing. I would like more padding on these though. I need to in probably here. Increase both by 5 maybe. Yeah, it's pretty decent. Let's invert. Gosh, invert these real quick. Colors wise. We'll do this here, and we'll do this here. That's better. Wait, what happened there before I clicked? My description. Word wrapped. um So description value or wrap fall or text wrap false. Name value text wrap false. These guys just shouldn't be wrapping. Why do you... it's because... It's because you're a pain. That's what it's because... Because you don't grow correctly. And description is just long enough. For some reason here? If we were to do, take that out. Grow on the X. Let's just do this way. And because they're in the same grid now, hopefully they will be better behaved with regards to lining up. And then you need to be 60 now. Do the same thing here. Like that. And then we do the same. Text wrapping. And hopefully that helps it to lay out correctly. Find out. Yes. Yes is the answer. Okay. I don't know why that. That's set to grow. Do I need to instead... This would need to go up there, but because if I tell you to grow, you should just grow. Shouldn't matter about your contents. So why are you different lengths? And that would push you over. Container set to grow. Uh, because this can't grow. It's because in the absence of things to push it over, they want to share the space, which is why they end up, if there's room, doing so. Okay. Because they have a max, not a min. But it's gonna make the UI look kind of crap unless I um lock the label. Other thing I could do, I suppose. Well, no, because they need to see in the grid. So if we just do a min on both labels. Oops, that's the container. Label container. Then they will line up. But I'm going to wind up with way too much space there. Kind of perfect there. So if I take this down to 30, and then you go up to 80, and so do you, then it's going to push that out. Why is it pushing that out? I think it's okay. It's because of that bug with the things not consuming the amount of space that they're supposed to. Bet. Let's also, when we do the update in here, which I put right there, this updates the whole widget though. Which doesn't actually give space until until it gets clicked on for some reason. But if we take that out, then it doesn't get updated. But this updates the whole widget. Which should handle updating the children. think I'm going to leave this and just hope that they fix that bug sooner rather than later. Because these should have more space to begin with. So maybe it's okay. So let's call that there good enough. Let me make sure that we go generate. I did a manual edit of one, which I really shouldn't have, but it's the same thing it's going to do, so it's fine. We'll just make sure everything's copacetic still. We'll kind of just push on until we hear something back from them. It's going to be the plan, I think. Okay. Succeeded. I don't see any changes. That's fine. And dandy. Stop the item tile descriptions from wrapping. They are really just a way to remind yourself what the attribute is. Anyway. Okay, so we should do this in a tidier way. Item details. On click, we do this. What we should actually do new events dot base. This is a events dot change. Yes. Doesn't need data. Does it? It's UAP. There we go. Init you. And we said handle the click. How did I do this before? It was a pain to look up. We did this in the map. No. Over here. Was in the map, but the actual code that deals with the events was here. Oh, but we had to emit them, so it would have been in the map. There. Init handle event. What did I do? Ah, you are a pointer, that's why. Take the address of that. There we go. Almost there. Just missed that. So then when we come into a widget, detail pane no longer on click, but on change. Update set handled. We said handled. Everything should still work. It's just more correctish now. Go. Here we go. Test. Good. Perfect. Love it. Let's do... We are emit change event from the item details instead of on click trigger update of widget on that event instead of the passed up click. Now, we need to fix this button that is very much just a temporary placeholder. It's actually not terrible, but we want it to be a little better. We're going to do this similarly to how we did the other forms. But first, I'm going to take a quick break and use the restroom. I'll be right back. There we go. Okay. Meow. Get that. And we need to... Oh, thank you. Delicious caffeine. So, we need to replace this. We're going to do this in a similar way to what we've done before. We're going to put a frame at the bottom. And then the think this is going to be problematic a little bit, but not ws.grow, that's it. So that you grow to the full width, and that's it for you. this is a new frame. You go into the bottom bar. You're the status container. Because we want you to consume space always. Warning text. Not new frame, new text. In the status container. Set text. Unsaved changes. We need a styler. And you are you need to put a bool there. This is the inverse of id dot unsaved changes. Invisible, so that when there are unsaved changes, which is true, invisible is false. And color scheme dot error base, give that a shot just so it's red. And then button container new frame off of status sorry, not status, bottom bar. You need a styler. So as a style. You also get set to grow on the X so that you always consume space. Justify content styles dot end. And then we put our new button here inside button container like so, and everything else can actually stay the same. But we need to wire up to this. When we do description value on change, not child added, on change, we do that, and we say unsaved changes is true. We do the same thing for name value. ID value is edit read only. So we can't change that, so that's fine. The help text value. Oops. What's going on? That. Like so. And, oh yeah, we need to wire up the space attribute as well, which is fine because now we have our data. Just need to do it. on change. Same daily deal. That, and then in this, we also need to set that back to false. Let's give that a go. A runny run. Ooh, that's not correct. Why are you not correct? Oh, you're still in. You're still in the grid. Okay, that's fine. If we do, does not. I forgot to update. We need also to store a reference to this guy. Status bar coordinate frame. Bar dot update. We need to do this on all of our on changes. We can actually avoid updates if we do if there are no unsafe changes. Then we set it and update it. Otherwise, it'll be ignored. And that'll just help us to avoid unnecessary updates of the widget redraws and all that. Go here. You go here. And then this bottom bar is actually going to become status bar. Oh, that's going to break that. We do that. And then I can just do down here, bottom bar dot status bar equals bottom bar. That can still stay there. Okay. The other thing we got to do is if we make this column, then we can actually end the first add at here before bottom bar. And then we can add at P bottom bar log W coordinate frame this, that, this. Then these actually all become W's. It will break my scoping for this, though. Well, that was surprisingly emotionally draining. I just done a very important chapter which significantly advances a rift between two main characters. 2,500 words only, but really tough ones. Well, that's what happens when you have imaginary friends that live in your heads who get into fights. Turns out writing a convincing argument is almost as hard as actually having one. Wouldn't it be like as hard as having two? So we need to description value. We need to store these inside the maker scope. Um, Here's just a text, right? Text field. No, it's easier a little because it's not real, but it's harder because you have to simultaneously do both sides. So I think it evens out. It's somewhat easier than a real one. Gotcha. And this will actually need to do to all of these fields, but that's fine. We'll just do the one for now. And then we can do that. Let's make sure that the framework doesn't try to do bad nil things. I think it should in this case, but I could be wrong. Okay, we're good there. And then my description, unsafe changes. Okay, perfect. But this lives outside of that. Which I don't love. But if I put you completely... I guess I could just pad you out. I would kind of like you to be inside of the border, though. So I would need to... We need to do a new frame here. Put you into W. And then you would need to have these. And then all you guys need to go inside the form container. Which I'm not terribly opposed to. Like that. And then this would need to come up here. Or down here, rather. I think this would also... No. That would be fine there. Let's just run that, make sure. We haven't gone backwards. We have. But that's because you're a column. 99% certain it'll be okay once I fix this. That's fine. We'll leave it there for a second. So we'd get rid of that. We'd get rid of that. We still need status bar, but it won't be W. This will then be status bar again. New frame. You go into W. You're that. You still get styled now, though. Why did I... I have two containers here and I don't know why. Probably just forgot to delete one. It's probably fine. You go in there. That goes away. You go into status bar. Status bar. Oh, that's why. Okay. Actually, hang on. I gotta go back. Gotta go back. Status container. Status text container. And if I spell it correctly, I won't be disappointed in myself. There we go. Okay. Button container goes into status bar still, though. That's fine. You go into button container. Good. Then we don't need this to be stashed away because we're all in the same scope. Let's run that. Make sure we are on the right track. Kind of. Why aren't you growing anymore? Form is not growing. Did I forget to... Ah. Because I took you out. You should have stayed there as well. Because everybody needs to grow. Form container actually only needs to grow in the X, though, I think. Okay, closer. Just for funsies, if I do this... Not getting my status text still. But that's actually... Is it on change or is it on update? Totally distracted, sorry. Let's see here. Anyhow, it's about 10 p.m. here and work tomorrow morning, and I've been up extra early this morning at 4 a.m. You madman. So I'll be off to get me some of that sweet, sweet sleep. Have a great night. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. Keep up the good development work here for a little while longer. And then other projects. Sleep well. Don't let the bed rust bugs bite. Sweet, sweet sleep, right? Been totally derailed because I got distracted. I need to... Okay, why is my base attribute no longer good? That's first problem. Probably because I didn't put you into... Yeah, you're not in a form container. That'll fix you. My status bar text not showing up. That, on the other hand... Let's take that out real quick and just make sure that I haven't done something silly. Okay, you should be there. Things are catawampus there. I forgot to put also the label went in to form container. You also got to go in because you're a chooser, which should fix my alignment. I think. I hope. Partially. This. What's going on here? You're not in the place you belong. Status text. Warning text goes in status text container, which needs to go into status bar. Not into W. That won't fix my invisibility problem, but I need to look at the docs on text events. It might be not on change, but on update or something like that. Okay, there we go. We still want to justify you to the, not justify, align you to the center in the container s dot align content center, alignment being vertical, not horizontal. Let's do a check of that before we go mess with the visibility, because it'll be easier to see when it's, you know, visible. Okay, you're still a little wonky. Yeah, you're definitely wonk. Ah, because I need to put it not on, not in the container for the, I'm getting these guys confused, which is not a good sign. That is text container. Status bar is the one that needs to be centering. Well, I just wanted to say that my NeoVim configuration actually does make writing Java quite pleasant, just to figure out that my LSP doesn't work properly. And I restarted my NeoVim without changing anything. Now the LSP quits unexpectedly. While I'm going to your stream tomorrow, I'm going to be so done with life. Oh dear. Could I interest you in some lovely, lovely JetBrains? I don't know that I can make these names better. I just need to be smarter, I guess. That also has not fixed my problem. Body, item details, form, frame 1. Why do you defy me? Let's see, status bar. I guess we could do grow on the Y for you. Well, no, that would be... We'd want this one to grow. Entire collection of items within any larger amount of space allocated to the container. By contrast, items and self-specified distribution within the individual element. Do I actually want that? Maybe I want to align items. Well, I'm sadly actually thinking about it. The problem with JetBrains that it is so bad for my monkey brain. There's so many buttons. I'm overstimulated. Nice. There we go. Okay. It was items, not content. Fine. Which gets you all nice and center read. Good enough for me. Now let's fix the state stuff. We'll just do for a quick test. Print out that, and we'll see if it shows up. So if I did this and I was to go blah, 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 no event fired. Okay. Give me them ducks. Text field. Properties, events, validator. On change, changes the content of a text field and then exits it. I want on input, I think. And actually I should have left. It's fine, I'll just put it back in. That. Then if I was to, there we go. Good. It is the answer. Let's just change you. On change requires you to exit the field, which you might not do. So ID, name value, there we go. Description value, there we go. Help text value, there we go. This might still be on change. Closed my docs, I should not have. Guess who just got an email that his professor sadly can't appear to Tuesday's meeting to talk about our project, so we moved to next week. Ladies and gentlemen, there's indeed a God. It was a roller coaster of emotions. We laughed, we cried some more. I want the chooser. Events on change, yes. Changes the value of a chooser. So that should be sufficient. So if we do this, bop, 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 changes, cool. But that gets stuck. How do I want to do that? Guess on a rebuild of it, we set it to false. So if I come in and I do boop, and then I go away, okay, yes. And then you work there. You do not work there. You work here. And there. Okay. You need to do the chooser stuff still, but that's fine. I think I would have to... Wouldn't be set selected. That's fine. Let's do this. Let's go ahead and do a commit. And we'll say... Give user a warning if there are unsaved changes. Put the save button where it belongs. Good enough, I suppose. So. Chooser. Because... Yeah, this is going to have to run over the bus. Because in order to keep our stuff tidy, and separated for the sake of being able to keep these widgets general, we have two separate managers, one for scales, one for attributes, which is fine. But it means that I can't get attributes from here. But I'm probably okay with that. Because it solves so many other problems, and we're not getting it for everything. And for now, let's do this. And instead of get skills, get attributes. And you return a list of attribute. Until I refactor this to be better. Keep up with the response channel sort of idea. What I should do here, and this is actually going to be attribute manager topic. Um, and that's still fine for that. The That's fine, I guess. Because we're in the same package, you should have access to the broker of our data provider. So what we can do here is probably a smarter way to do this, but for now, let's just do um because I kind of want to rework some of this. I'm not super pleased with it or the broker stuff. For now, let's just do a call to it. And this is dot, what do we call you? Oh no, you're in the item. You don't have crap. Okay. We don't have that here, but that's okay. This is where we want to listen to these events, right? So we have a data struct and we have the potential to have a uh a list item, but if we did we could give this like a callback type thing. I don't know if I want to do that though. When I could just do available attributes, which is a list pointers to an attribute, list of pointers to attributes. And then if we make this exported, we can get the type gen to create our setter. And then up here, as part of this, we say that we need to set this in a loop. Say for I in range id dot available attributes. Chooser add. Ooh, you look at my chooser docs again. How do we add these in a list? Chooser set items. You can use a list of core choose item objects. If I was going to do that, I would have to, or it would make more sense to convert them on setting, right? So maybe we do that. Maybe that does make a little bit more sense. So we just do set items here, except pull this back internal. And instead of this, let's actually just say chooser items. Don't think these are actually pointers in this case that it's going to want, but that's fine. You set items to chooser items. Like that. There we go. Get that up there now. That, and we need to set what is the one to set the current one? Set placeholder, current value. There we go. Set current value to data struct dot base attribute dot UUID, which should work because down here, going to item details, set attributes, or set chooser values. This is going to take list item at that. And so we go for I range list. We're going to do var. No. Yes. New choosers. New chooser items. Which is a list of chooser item. At the end of this, we do id dot chooser items equals new chooser items. For this, we say this item chooser item value is list at I dot id. Text is list at I name. No icon, no tooltip, no func or separators. Items equals append new chooser items, this item. Now, when we built you, new item details. And we need to set chooser values. This will be sw dot data manager dot get dot broker. I need to message broker. Right. This is get ability attributes, which takes this as an argument. Except for you also return an error. So what we need to do instead of that is we actually need to know crap. We would need to know what thing we're creating here. Because it could be attribute or it could be a skill. Didn't think about that. That's annoying. How do I want to do that? So it has to come from inside of you, basically. When we create you, you know what you are. You're able to figure that out by the presence of this field. I guess there's not much harm in this guy knowing about a message broker. because that could be useful for the other guy too. Which then we could pull this inside. And it won't need an argument. It will instead need to pull the list itself. This would be get attributes and id.messageBroker. If id.messageBroker is nil, well then you're kind of hosed. This we can just make public so that it so typegen will take care of that for us. Speaking of which, we need to typegen it if we're going to do this. Or go generate. And then just give this set do we not have details typegen set message broker? Yeah, you exist. Oh, there you are. Just blind, apparently. This is sw.datamanager.messageBroker. Feed that in. We're in the same package. We can do that. We're allowed. Let's give this a go. Oh, nothing calls set user values. And this also needs to be ooh, I need to do it's because it didn't yeah. Set user values. So we're in here, we know that we should exist. I guess we could snack bar error. Probably be okay. Ew. No subscribers for topic attribute manager. That's unfortunate. Why would there not be? It starts again. Still no definitions or references, but it's starting. The Java. This would be attribute manager topic. I think I forgot to. Yes. Forgot to change this. SM dot broker name. SM dot broker topic. There we go. Not feeling that though. Let's do this real quick and see. That's getting set correctly or not. No, it's empty. Why is it empty? Oh, are we erroring? Actually, we can do error snack bar because it is an error. Getting attributes. Because it's a list item. But so what we need to do here is go ahead and actually this needs to be not of our declaration, but an empty slice declaration. That for I in range result, not result, response. This data it is an interface. I need to... This data can be anything. How do I want to do this? So you should just directly assert. So what we need to do is say this will return result in the end, but you need to make sure that you're a list. And if this is okay, I flip that around. Oh, I'm missing period. Duh. This. Then we do this. Get rid of that. We don't return, but we say oh, that's why I did that way. Maybe I do want to keep doing that. Put you up here real quick again. Except I want this to be this list index. If you're an attribute, but you're also going to be a pointer to one specifically. Where are you? We still want to debug this if something breaks, so we want to make that friendly for that. So maybe I don't want to wrap this up like this in the comma okay pattern. maybe, I guess I could do this too. And I could say this. Maybe this is fine. And I'll say from attribute manager should be list but got whatever this is. And then this is response.data. Actually, I could do this and then that would be fine. I think. And then I don't really have an ability here. Do I return something? Then I can't return the error. So if there's a non-attribute in here, right? Maybe I do want to wrap this up in the comma okay. Why they call it comma okay when it's a semicolon, I don't know. And I want to say, okay, great. If it is asserted correctly, then result append result asserted. Else return an empty list. Just chuck whatever you did find in there. And we'll say attribute. And this is not response.data. This is asserted. That needs to be that. This should never happen. And I could do unexpected type in attribute manager attribute list at index blah. I could do that. And then this is I. Should be blah, but got. Oop, not that. But got. Blah. Like so. Then to be able to chuck that. I'll need to do the same thing for skills. If I want to have meaningful outputs. Should be a list of skills and attributes. Attribute, we got list item. Right. Oops. Cancel that. That's right. It's not interface. It's a list of list items. Yeah, yes, you do. Hmm. Right, you do have to be a pointer. We don't want to give you pointers back, though. So we dereference you. So we make a copy. Um, this now would then need to be list item. And then we get these guys, except the myself a note here real quick. Refactor skills, get skills to behave like this does, but for a list of skills. The value isn't correct. The current value, item and index to those associated with given value. Text the chooser to the label of the item. Is that value text icon? There's no label. I feel like I've done this before, and it was probably in the form for a room, because that has skills. Except for I think I put them. Wasn't there? It was. Where did I put you? Verbose description. Reset button. Status text. You'd be on connections, not rooms. That's why. No chooser? It's because I put you inside skill DC. Because you needed to be dynamic. Set value. Set current value to the skill ID. That should work. In that case, it's my chooser items. This is a string. Did I? It is. I need to call ID on it. Not ID, but string. But we do need to make sure. Yeah. Yeah. Ooh, we need to make sure that gets cleared out. That was weird. Why did you get added? Let's see here. Oh, sorry, I totally got distracted. So I just did some research, and the first article is titled "Setting Up JDTLS Java LSP and Nova Made My Cry." So I guess not the only one with that issue. Sounds like a good note to go for some reading. Have a nice day. Hey, you too. Enjoy your reading. We'll catch you tomorrow, maybe. So we need to make sure. It's a little awkward, but that's just how the widget works. We need to make sure that this exists in our list. So, because we don't want it to add. And we did that here because we had this similar deal, right? Well, actually, no, we didn't, because for the same reason, the data struct's ID, it's an actual ID. Except for the case where we had like something that got deleted, maybe. So we might need to check that this is still valid. Text the chooser to the label of the item. I wish this had the ability to not do that. Allow new. And this is for users though. I guess we could Skill IDs asserted. Update the spinner. We'd have to... We'd have to check. We could pull this out. And we could say... Okay, that is a string. So we would have to go through for dot chooser items. I guess we don't really need I. Yeah, we do. We could say if attribute ID equals chooser items at I dot text, no, value. If that is there, we do that and break. And then we can just do, instead of trying to pull that again, that. Yeah, let's make sure that still works. And that's good. Perfect. Okay. Oh, we need to also check that that does not change this. Which is contrary to the claims being made here in chooser. On change, should fire. Very easily, quickly prototype this. Care about that. I just want to that. And if I spell it correctly, probably work a little better. Okay, so that fires. Oops. There we go. What? Did you do your job, please? There you go. Let's just make sure. Why don't you fire? Oh, because I'm dumb. Put it on the label, not the chooser. That makes more sense. Now, if I change this, then it gets changed. Can I duplicate that misselection thing again? Only does it sometimes. That's weird. Ah. Click at the end. It wants to insert if it's selected. So why doesn't it always do that? Why would you append instead of clearing and reselecting? I feel like this is their widget issue. Let's test to make sure that I'm not completely insane. Widgets, chooser, go to their texty widget here. Definitely has some weirdness to it. Yeah, okay. This is a problem with their widget. I'm going to leave that then. And we'll file a bug maybe tomorrow. So what I want to git add, do a commit here. Set up chooser with attributes when applicable, refactor, get attributes to work with new interface based method, interface based manager, and wire item details up to all attributes over the message bus when needed. Push that up. And that will take us past the 4-hour mark. I normally stream 4 hours a day, 4 days a week, starting on Friday and ending tomorrow. So if you like this kind of thing, then show up tomorrow at this time, minus about 4 hours, wherever you are in the world, and I should be here doing more of it. Thanks for everybody who came and hung out today. We had some great chats, and I'd love to see you again. And if not, then we'll have a great week, and maybe we'll see you later some other time. Oh no, floor is lava. I'm so sorry that you have just walked in and I'm trying to sign out. But maybe next time, maybe tomorrow, you'll come hang out.